as a city councilor for the city of Lewiston, according to the laws of this state and the charter of the city of Lewiston. So help me God. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our new council, Director Roy, and Administrator Kainrath. Okay. I'll let you two introduce yourselves and take it away. If you can just move the mics very close to you, that'd be great. And if you can, if we can, please refrain from speaking in the council chambers. If you need to talk, just head out to the hall, and then silence your cell phones. We have enough stuff going on without having to hear those. So, yeah, thank you. Please proceed, you two.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Kainrath, City Administrator.
Tracy Roy, Finance Director.
And we are here this evening to kick off the FY27 budget process, I think officially, with the presentation of the LCIP. The LCIP is a 5-year capital plan for the city of Lewiston for fiscal years 27 to 31, and we're going to be focusing in a little bit more on fiscal 27, our upcoming budget year, in this presentation. This is the initial piece of this. Obviously, we'll have more discussions later. Conversation, time for more questions. And I'll also note there's one particular item in this presentation for FY27 commitments that from the police department, we will be having a presentation on that proposal probably at our next meeting in January. This is on take-home vehicles for officers, and we're going to have a more in-depth presentation on that at our next meeting, probably our next meeting, maybe the 1st of February, but likely the next meeting. To talk more in detail about that and why it may make sense for Lewiston. So to kick us off, we have for the 5-year capital plan about $239 million in projects, overall projects, and $224 million of that is from city resources or taxation. So our proposed use of local sources for fiscal 27 totals about $42.5 million. So just really quickly, city bond issue is a little over $24 million of that. City operating budget is only $168,000. School bond issue, $9.5 million. Water bond issue, $2.9 million. Water operating budget, a little under $600,000. Sewer bond issue, $2.3 million. Sewer operating budget, $542,000. Sewer impact fees, $100,000. Stormwater bond issue, about $1.6 million, and stormwater operating budget, $125,000. So proposed bond issues for 27 totals about $41.1 million on the city side, 24.7 on the school side, $9.5 million, water 2.9, sewer 2.3, stormwater 1.6. And the other years you see obviously on the slide. So our outstanding debt issued and authorized as of December 31st of 25. On the city side, we have about $50.5 million. School side, about $60.5 million. Water, $22 million. Sewer, $19,695,000. Stormwater, about $13.5 million. And authorized but unissued debt, about $50 million. So a total of $217,440,000. So debt service as a percent of the FY26 operating budget on the city side, it was just over 14% at 14.3%. On the school side, 7.8%, and a total there of 10% overall. So you see our outstanding general fund debt. You see the interest in red, the principal in blue. For 26, it's been up slightly from past previous years, but certainly down substantially from, you see 2005 on there when we were up towards 100 million in total. We're just under 60 million now. And I think during our audit presentation, Tracy, our auditor, will also give us some comparisons to other communities where they are with total outstanding debt. And I think my guesses will be in pretty good shape comparatively to other communities at just under 60 million. So debt management, we lowered our debt authorization limit to 80%. We do refinance debt when possible. We move recurring expenditures into the operating budget when possible, as you know. And of course, using unallocated fund balance after requirements are met is another option. This will not be available this year unless the council wants to go the 10% limit. So that is one limiting factor for this year. So future year debt service requirement, city general fund, FY26, about 6.5 million, and you see trending down over the next 5 years to fiscal year 31, about 4.3. So now we're going to get into some of the actual projects that are part of the FY27 capital improvement program. So I'll just run through these quickly. Again, we're going to talk about these in more detail in the coming weeks and months. Of note is the city share projects in red are proposed to be funded through bond issuance. So transit committee, there's a bus support equipment, 100,000 in total cost, 50,000 city resources they are assessing. There's 20,000 toward the citywide reval. Economic and community development, Riverfront Island implementation, about 3.3 million. Continental Mill TIF, Lowell Street Development TIF, $1 million and 850,000 respectively. Citywide wayfinding project, 100,000 there. Fire department, Lisbon Street Fire Station replacement project, about 7.7 million. On the city resource, it's about 7 million. Under planning and code, we have the comp plan implementation, $50,000 there. Under police department, I mentioned this a moment ago, there is a hefty number of 5.2 million toward this initiative. We're going to have a presentation on that to talk about really the details and all the nuts and bolts of that and why it may make sense. That's going to be forthcoming. So that's for police department. Public Works, city buildings, City Hall, we have $55,000 devoted toward kitchen, bathroom repairs and renovations. We have a number of rooms in this building that are really in need of a lot of repair, so we have $55,000 there. Library, there's an exterior cladding project, $48,000. Also for library, the HVAC system upgrades. This is really critical. We'll get into this more later, but we've had major humidity issues in the library the last number of years. It's required them to use dehumidifiers and some other strategies that are really not ideal for the keeping of books, documents, records. The library also contains an archives room. So this is really, I think, critical, but we'll talk more about that later. Public Works, the sidewalk maintenance and rehab program, $850,000. Our street maintenance program, 6.75 million total cost, 6 million on the city resources. This is, again, yearly. We have a road maintenance plan, streets to be paved, sidewalks to be done, curbing, lots of other things. This is something when you don't keep up with it, deferred maintenance doesn't just go away. So this is another thing that's really important. We'll talk more later, but a pretty important item. The Bridge Street Bridge, we have some abutment issues there. Been identified by the state, definitely in need of some work there, $200,000 there. The next public works projects you see are MDOT projects. So you'll see the total cost and the city resources. This is our match to the project. So $3.5 million for East Ave, Tampa Street to Fairlawn Avenue, about $319,000 for Bate Street, Main to Ash. And then some locally administered state-funded pedestrian improvements, about $500,000 in total cost. Under Public Works, we have the municipal garage vehicle and equipment replacement. It's about $1.6 million. Continue under Public Works, open spaces, Kennedy Park rehab. We have about $317,000 there. This is largely for rehab of sidewalks and other walking surfaces throughout the park. A lot of them are in very bad shape. Sunnyside Park renovations, we have $300,000 there. Some much needed work there also. I'm sure our Ward 1 counselor could talk about some of the issues there, but I think another really important project when it comes to recreational opportunities in the city. Moving on to the school department, educational space for growing enrollments, they have $5 million. Lewiston High School roof replacement, $700,000. Lewiston Middle School roof replacement, $400,000. Bathrooms in total, $1 million in bathrooms. Replacement of school zone lights, $250,000. ADA upgrades at Lewiston Middle School and Montello, $200,000. District door and window renovations, another $200,000. Montello fire alarm system, $330,000. LPS lighting upgrades, $1.5 million, so $9.58 million in total there. Moving on to the water division, the SCADA program, $50,000. Distribution, water main replacement and rehab, $2.4 million. As you know, this is an ongoing yearly planned replacement. Equipment replacement program, $142,000. Lewiston Auburn water treatment program, $300,000. Meter replacement program. You had a presentation, I believe, from Public Works a while back on water meters, $500,000 there. Pump stations, another $500,000, $3.892 million in total. Moving on to sewer, rehab of sanitary sewer mains and manholes, $1.2 million. Equipment replacement program, $192,000. Collection system inspection and rehab, $725,000. Randall pump station upgrades, $100,000. Sewer pump station and generator replacement, $400,000. Infiltration inflow study, another $100,000, about $2.7 million total cost there. Lastly, the stormwater division, stormwater drain inspection, $350,000. Storm drains for road rehab projects, $700,000. Culvert replacement, $125,000. Gully Brook drainage area, $450,000. Stormwater equipment replacement, another $120,000, about $1.745 million in total there. Debt authorization limit. Tracy, do you want to go through this one?
So as you know, for the newer counselors, there is the next, in the back of your book, you will have the charter and the chapter that describes that the council approved having an 80% rule, and that means that if you go over the 80%, it has to have a maximum vote of 5 counselors to approve the LCIP if it goes over that amount. That is in the back of that book. This is the calculation for that 80% rule. They take the last 3 years, as you can see, principal only. And you'll see the third line down is Les Connor, Geiger, and Pettengale. Those are the reimbursements from the state, so those are not included in the calculation. And the 80%, the 3-year average is 7.7 million. 80% of that, local debt limitation is 6.1 million. As you can see, the LCIP for 2027 plan is 34 million. Therefore, we are over the 80% rule by 28 million.
And here is the 80% rule. So you'll find this in ordinance. I'll just read it for the public's education also. So council action on bond issue authorization. The amount of debt to be authorized for issuance in any fiscal year should not exceed 80% of the average amount of annual debt being retired over the 3 previous fiscal years, unless the debt is financed through sources other than general property taxes, such as tax increment financing, state or federal subsidy opportunities, or enterprise funds which are paid from user fees. The exception to that is if the council decides to override by 5 votes. So lastly, just our calendar of upcoming events here. So February 3rd, we're going to have our LCIP public hearing. February 15th, on or before that date, the Finance Committee and Planning Board's recommendations are needed for the council. As you know, the Finance Committee and the Planning Board both go through this and provide some recommendations to the council. February 17th, the council is scheduled to adopt the LCIP, and we do have a March 1st required charter adoption date to meet. So that's what's upcoming. So that's all for the slideshow. Any particular questions now? Obviously, we're going to get into this more later on. But I think we're happy to take any general questions now also.
Thank you both very much. Appreciate that.
And we don't have departments here, so if you want to talk about nuts and bolts of some of these projects, we may want to wait for the department head to be here for that to take place.
Understood. Thank you. Before we get too much further, I just wanted to recognize members of the planning board. I noticed at least 2 are here. Maybe there's more. If planning board members can raise their hands and be recognized, thank you very much. And do we have members of the finance committee here besides those? Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's service to their city. Yes, recognizing that we do not have department heads here, we have maybe a couple minutes for general questions or general questions about the process for our finance director and city administrator. Should there be any? Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could you provide copies of those slides on the city website, or at least to members of the council, and make them available to the public who didn't see them tonight? You indicated that future year debt service, there was a declining balance there. That's presuming that we incur no more debt and don't issue any more bonds.
Correct.
That's for our current debt only.
Correct.
Obviously, as we pay that down, the amount due will become less and less.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I did want to emphasize that water, sewer, and stormwater are enterprise funds for the general public. These funds are funded by users. I believe we all pay into the stormwater fund. That's the quarterly payment that we make for rainfall on our property. Only users of sewer and water will pay into the sewer and water enterprise fund. So those projects are not funded by general revenues. Those are funded by user fees.
Correct.
So that doesn't come into the tax base. I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware of that. Thank you.
Councilor Najin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a point of clarification for that, the amounts that we borrow, that we bond for water, sewer, and stormwater still count towards the 80% rule. Is that correct?
No,
They
they do
don't.
not.
Okay.
No, because they are utilities, just like the TIF.
So we're
Does
still
not.
28 million over the 80% rule, not counting. those-
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Did we have a representative from the school department here?
No, unfortunately, they have their meeting tonight,
Right.
so
yeah.
nobody could attend.
Okay, understood. Thank you. Further questions, comments from the council? Anything further from you two?
No, look forward to the process.
Excellent. Thank you both very much. Appreciate this.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that wraps up our swearing in of councilors and our workshop. We'll be reconvening at 7 for our regular meeting. Thank you very much. Hello, and welcome to our Tuesday evening council meeting. With us this evening, we have the Honorable Jama Mohammed, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Jama, start again.
To the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If we can refrain from clamping in the audience, that'd be great. Jama, Mahat Sanat. Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to begin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. All roll call votes for this meeting will begin with the Council of Ward 1.
And I understand we have minutes.
You do, the minutes of December 16th.
May I have a motion, please, to accept
Move
the
we
minutes?
approve as presented.
Councilor Chittum, second by Councilor Harriman. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Council from Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7.
Yes.
Motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We are now up to public comment. Any member of the public may make comments regarding issues pertaining to Lewiston City government. This period is reserved for non-agenda items. Public comment is also allowed during individual agenda items. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record, and please indicate if you are a Lewiston resident. Because this is the business meeting of the City Council, all questions should be directed to the mayor, who will ask staff to follow up at a future time. It is illegal for the City Council to allow comments related to personnel matters. All personnel complaints should be made directly to the City Administration Office. And there's a lot of people here. Please silence your cell phones. If you need to talk, that's fine, but just head out to the hall to do so. It's too close quarters for you to carry on conversations with your neighbors, so please refrain from doing so. And please allow our speakers to speak uninterrupted by the rest of you. Thank you very much. Please take it away.
Hi, my name is Beth Ames, and I live in Ward 3 in Lewiston. I wanted to speak tonight because I recently became aware of 2 new Flock automated license plate reader cameras going up in my neighborhood. Because of these new cameras, it's now very likely that my and my neighbors' vehicles are consistently photographed when we leave and re-enter our neighborhood. This raises serious concerns about Fourth Amendment violations, as these automated cameras are designed to take and store photos of every car that passes them, not just those that are on hot lists or reported stolen. The company that operates these cameras, Flock Safety, is a third-party security company that uses cloud-based software to store data captured by the cameras. Cloud-based services are notoriously vulnerable to data breach, putting the private location data of vehicles and people at risk of leaking to the public. Just a few weeks ago, 404 Media reporters shared that live streams from 70-plus Flock cameras in California's Bay Area were unsecured and publicly accessible via a basic internet search. There is also a pending federal investigation into Flock's role in enabling invasive surveillance practices, and recently the Maine ACLU has requested records regarding the installation of Flock cameras in Lewiston. The process that has allowed the Lewiston Police Department to contract with Flock seems purposefully designed to limit input and obscure details from the citizens of Lewiston. Further, it is unconscionable that Lewiston PD has been operating Flock cameras for upwards of 2 months without an official policy on the books. Without a policy, there is virtually no oversight on how camera searches are conducted, which is a Fourth Amendment violation for everyone who is photographed. There is also no information on whether, how, or which agencies LPD will share this data with. In the absence of LPD canceling their contract with Flock, I would request the following. 1, a neutral third-party security audit of the Flock system for any vulnerabilities. 2, making the Flock transparency portal that shares data collection statistics, usage, and policies of the Lewiston network public, as the town of Falmouth currently does. And 3, ceasing data collection until there is a final, publicly accessible policy in place for the use of these cameras. As there is no mention of how and with which agencies or municipalities Lewiston data will be shared, this needs to be explicitly spelled out in the final version of the policy. A search warrant should also be required for any outside agencies to view the Lewiston database. I am incredibly frustrated that there has not been an opportunity for public input and that it appears that the approval process has also largely circumvented City Council. I urge the members of the council and the mayor to conduct their own research, question, and apply pressure for the cancellation of the contract with Flock, as council members have done recently in Sanford in October and in Cambridge, Massachusetts in December, when Flock installed 2 cameras without the city's approval. Thank you.
My name is Lisa Jones. I live in Ward 2. Earlier this evening, there was a brief swearing-in ceremony for the newly elected councilors. A swearing-in ceremony is when an individual is asked to swear under oath to uphold the Constitution, serve the people with honesty and dedication, and work towards the development and progress of the municipality. Considering that one of the people who just held up his hand and took that oath has been proven to have lied on multiple sworn statements about his residency, I have zero faith in his ability or willingness to adhere to that oath. The oath is meaningless, the election was a sham, and the residents of Ward 5 are now unrepresented on both the school committee and the city council.
How are we doing? My name is David Jones. I do not live in Lewiston. I am up here quite a bit. I own F.O. Bailey Real Estate, and I've long been a fan of Lewiston, and I was very involved during the shooting, trying to raise money. I do a radio show, and we raised quite a bit of money that went into that fund. And it just boggles my mind that these funds have been misappropriated. We're talking millions of dollars that was donated by people, myself included, to go to the families, to help the families that are suffering. And when I hear that these NGOs are receiving money, and they had absolutely nothing to do with the shooting, I look and think, well, there's families that are still suffering. And I wonder, do we live in Venezuela, or do we live in Lewiston, Maine? You know, I love the great state of Maine. It's a beautiful place. We got a lot of beautiful people here. And it sickens me to think that that much money has gone into the hands of people that should not have it. So I don't know who's involved in this. And I think a full investigation is absolutely warranted. And I think that anyone who had anything to do with the misappropriation of those funds should be totally ashamed of themselves. Now, I don't know who in this room had anything to do with it. But by God, if you're up there, you have the ability to launch an investigation. You have the ability to make these people accountable. And I would only ask that you please do the right thing by the people that not only donated the money, but the people that should have the money. Thank you very much.
Further public comment?
Hi, my name is Ifrah Said Issa. I am a Lewiston resident, Ward 2. I just want to take the moment to translate what you just said, because a lot of people are here about public comment, and I'm just going to ask them if they want to make any public comment. And maxooha idinka fursad waxaa haysatiin oo hadashiin qof walbo fikradiina inta waa imaani kartiin waa sheegi kartiin qofkii turjubaan u baahan waa nii turjubaani karaa waxa ay siriga u sheegayaan. Okay? So I am here because, number one, I want to congratulate Iman Usman for being here. And also, there's a lot of smear campaign about the Somali people here in Lewiston. There are some people that think that we are tourists or guests here. I just want to clarify that we are Lewiston residents, okay? There's people over here that do not believe that Somali people are Americans. We are Somali Americans. We are citizens. We are Lewiston residents. We vote. We engage civically, okay? So I just want to make that very, very clear, because there are people over here and people online who are harassing us. They are saying the government is giving us cars. Most of us are working. We make payments. Nobody's paying for our cars, okay? The other thing, my mom have a store. Somebody stole something from her, and they said, oh, this is not your item, this is the government's item. This is all given to you by the government. So there is really people out there who really think that Somali people are invited here and are given everything and that we're living under the government. And I just want to make clear that that's not true, okay? We are hardworking people. We work at schools, the hospitals, everywhere here in Lewiston, at the stores, Walmart, Target, anywhere you go, you will see a Somali person working. We are very hardworking people. So I just want to make those people that have the wrong mentality about the Somali people, I want to make that clear. And I want to say hi to all my Somali people. Hi. And hi to the city council and the city administrators. Thank you.
If the audience could please refrain from clapping or any outward signs of approval or disapproval, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Please continue with public comment.
Andrew Jones, Ward 2. I came here tonight to speak about two things.
1 second, sir. I need it quiet in the audience, please. If you need to talk, head out to the hall. Thank you. Please continue.
So I was saying I came here to speak about a couple of things. One was a statement that was made during public comment last committee meeting. The quote was, "Our greatest threat in our community is white people." And I'll be honest, that shocked me to hear somebody say that in this chamber council. Yeah, that person said a lot of buzzword salad items, but that was the kicker right there. And it made me think, you know, if someone had said that about any other ethnicity in this city, it would be condemned as racist, and rightfully so. Personally, I think that the biggest threat to our community is youth gun violence by youth rival gangs in the downtown that shoot up mosques. That's a huge threat to the community. But it would be inappropriate to paint an entire community with such a broad brush for the actions of the criminals in this town. And on the subject of gun violence in this city, I know that the council is going to be taking up action later tonight regarding an investigation into the Ward 5 councilor. So I won't touch on the residency portion of it, but his legal troubles are a concern for this city as well. Like I said, gun violence is a problem in our city, and that man is accused of trafficking stolen firearms in our community. So he's contributing to this gun violence as well. Thank you.
Please be quiet. Public comment. Please continue.
Good evening, good evening, everyone. My name is Mahidin Liba. I live in Lewiston, and I think he touched some points that I was trying to clarify. I support Iman Osman. Congratulations to Iman, because we have been seeing a lot of problems in Ward 5 the last 10, 15 years. Iman Osman went to school here. He knows the ins and the outs of Ward 5. He lived in Ward 5 almost all the time he was in US. So he's the person, we elected him to this seat because he knows exactly how to deal with what is going on in downtown Lewiston. So the reason why Iman is at that seat is that all the people who have been sitting on that seat previously did not either care or did not do anything about the problems we were having in downtown Lewiston. So Iman is really somebody who knows exactly how to deal with that. And all these people you see here have the faith in Iman, and that is why he's there. He won fair and square. Residence is something that his house was condemned by the city. So nobody can live in a condemned building. And he did not move to urban. He did not live to green. He lived in Ward 5 all this time. He has his own mom live in Ward 5. Everybody, his relative live in Ward 5. So he's spending away from his residence because he was condemned, and he's working towards to fixing that. As soon as that building is taken off the condemned, he's going to be moving in tomorrow. So Iman is the trust of the community. He's somebody we think is going to do a lot of work, especially with the youth, because he was one of the youth who grew up here, who went to school here. He is a coach, soccer coach. If Iman is not the perfect person to deal with that problem, I don't know who's going to deal with it. So I congratulate Iman, and I would like you guys to work with him because he has the hardest task in town, because downtown Lewiston, Ward 5 is a problem, and a problem that needs the support of the other councillors with Iman, not just pointing a finger at Iman, telling him he's not resident. He's not from California. He's not from Florida. He's from Lewiston, Maine, from Ward 5, and the only reason why he's out of his residence is the condemn from the city. It's not just out of there. It's not that he is claiming that a resident that he's not there. So I would like to urge everybody to work with him on his heavy task that he's going to be facing. And he has all the faith in the community, and we are behind him 160%. Thank you so much.
If we can have it quiet in the count, thank you, thank you. Please be quiet. Thank you, thank you. We're continuing with public comments.
Marcel Leclerc, 210 Blake Street. I just want everybody to know that 210 Blake Street does not have a certificate of occupancy, nor has it ever had a certificate of occupancy. So claiming for him to have lived there is false because it has never had a certificate of occupancy. Thank you.
Further public comment. Public comment is now closed. Administrator Kainrath. Are we, okay, we're, public comment, last chance, here we are.
And good afternoon. And congratulations all new members.
Can you please introduce yourself, sir, and
Oh,
state what
sorry.
city you live in?
Jama Mohammed, Ward 4, resident of Lewiston for the past probably 18 years now. And congratulations, the new members. I think it was 4 today, but thank you so much for those who are new, or maybe for those who are coming back to the members. And secondly, I just also want a little bit to clarify. I think it's everything that I was just trying to say, or maybe prepared to say it, already been said. I don't want to just repeat it that. And so I just want to also give a little bit comment to Lewiston resident. When we are talking about the resident, we are all a resident. And I think his brother Muhuddin also touched that. We are not, like from California or whatever, like other states. We are all either is Ward 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever the resident that we live. So, but as I see on social media, specifically some of those they call themselves that saying like we are like a news or whatever they are. I don't even know what news they are, but I believe they are messing up in our Lewiston. And I think it's the city council, you guys have a lot of work to do. Make sure that whatever maybe a law that you need to put together to prevent whatever is going in Lewiston for the past, couple months. And I think that's something need to be stopped, or maybe something need to be, I mean, I understand when it comes to like the freedom of speech, but sometimes this is beyond to the freedom of speech, because I can see that sometimes they are talking about the personal, sometimes they are talking about discrimination in specific community, especially for the immigrant, and I will also say like deeply for the Somali immigrant. So Somali immigrant, as my other colleague already said, we're not here just to like collect the government benefit. We had to contribute, and we have been doing that. We have so many business around the area, on which we are continue doing that. I believe law enforcement and also like legislature for you guys, you have a lot of work to do this. So I don't think so wherever we are going now is not even the right path. So seeing like a lot of finger pointing, individual, sometimes like the personal, and I have been going through with social media, and I have seen a lot of platforms that are always specifically like putting a lot of nasty stuff. So I don't want to continue that. I don't want to really show you like my frustration, but this has to be stopped. Thank you so much. And thank you, congratulations.
Further public comment?
Mr. Mayor.
Everyone.
One second. Yes, Councilor Chittum, yes.
Just want to advise you that we have an 18-minute cap on the first session of public comment. We're nearing that right now.
Okay, thank you. Unless there's a strong objection, I'd just like to finish with public comment rather than make people wait another 3 hours, however long we'll be here. Please continue.
I'll make it snappy. Jay Zimmerman, Ward 5. I just wanted to congratulate all of the recently sworn in councilors and just say that as a Ward 5 resident, I am really glad that Councilor Osman is on the council now. I'm looking forward to the changes.
If people can, one second, please stop talking, go to the hall. Thank you. Please continue.
I'm looking forward to the change in representation. I'm hoping to feel better represented with my vote towards this councilor, and I'm just excited to see the things that this council can achieve with the new representation on board. Congratulations and thank you.
Further public comment?
I'm Martin Chartrand. I'm also a Ward 5 resident. I also want to congratulate the newcomers, especially Iman Osman as my representative on the council. And I'm excited also to see what can happen. I'm dismayed by some of the negative publicity, and I would ask that the council and the mayor have stepped in on this public comment because it isn't an agenda item, so I don't see why it has happened during public comment. But my vote stands, and I want it to be counted, and when there's investigations and taking that away, I feel like my vote's being taken away. So I would ask the council to, if they're going to investigate, also investigate the whole path that's gotten us to this point, because it's not a neutral. It's not a neutral call out for an investigation, and it's also been clear to me. It makes sense to me why someone would leave their residence to deal with it being condemned, and yet have it be their residence. I don't see why it requires so much to think about that process. It seems like a pretty logical thing to me. So, thank you all for being up there, and I look forward to seeing what happens.
Further public comment?
Matthew Egwin, Ward 4. So we start a new council here in Lewiston. To our returning members, hello. To our new ones, you will get to know me. I'm here every night. Now I'd like to ask you all to look into getting us an actual public health officer. I submitted to the last council my suggestion for the role, scope, and position based on my own research and talked to those who have actually done the role of public health officers. My belief, it needs to be someone who is with a background in health sciences, not social work. We need someone who's able to engage all of our city's population as they address community health issues. They need to be able to integrate with our local healthcare providers, our government agencies, and yes, our community organizations to coordinate public health responses during emergencies and disasters. We want public safety. The entire city wants public safety, not just downtown. People who live out in Ward 6, Ward 7, Ward 1, they want to be safe too. Please keep that in mind as you're going through your budget this year. Finally, I ask for you all to remember what's best for improving the citizens' belief and trust in our government is to be fully as transparent as accountable as possible. It was discussed with the last council, but the idea died, of having more public meetings where instead of being a one-way conversation like this is right now, we would have meetings where we could have back and forth. So you can actually interact with the public on issues instead of us having to come up and either talk to you one-on-one or send you emails back and forth. Our new city administrator has been doing a number of public meet and greets. Our new police chief has as well. It'd be nice to see the council do the same concept so we could actually talk issues, not have one-way conversations. Thank you, and enjoy your night and enjoy your terms.
Further public comment? Public comment is now closed. Administrator Kainrath, I believe you have a report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Starting off fiscal year 27 budget. As you saw tonight, we did our LCIP presentation. That is the first step in this, what is a somewhat long process. I'll soon be meeting with the finance department, our department heads, to go over their budget proposals and craft next year's proposed budget. Per city chart, I'll be presenting that proposed budget to the council in March. And I also just want to say this for the first of many times probably. This is going to be, I think, a rather challenging budget year between what we see coming out of the county government, contractual obligations, as well as general rising costs all over the place. This will be a challenging budget year. This is also a reval year. So we have our work cut out for us this year, but the process begins tonight and carries on through May or June. And, we look forward to it, and we're going to put forward the best possible budget to invest in the city, but also be mindful of our tax burden on our residents. And as I said, our work is cut out for us this year. Just a quick update. I got a couple of questions. There is a brush cleanup project happening along some of the canals downtown. There is a lot of invasive brush that has grown in over the years that is being cleared. The idea would be to plant trees along the canals in many of these areas, and the large, healthy trees were left in place as identified by our city arborist. Some community events coming up. Chief Connolly and I will again be hosting another public meet and greet and listening session. This time at IFCA Community Services, 229 Lisbon Street, Suite B, on January 15th, 5:30 to 7 p.m. We are also going to be the speakers, Chief Connolly and I, at the Great Falls Forum on that same day, January 15th, at the Lewiston Public Library. So look forward to that. We are working with the Public Works Department to find brackets for the installation of banners on light poles downtown along Lisbon Street. The city will be procuring new banners to promote the city and our downtown to be hung, and we're also working with some community partners such as LA Arts to also install some banners that they will be funding and providing in front of their area. Also, we hope to have these banners installed sometime in the spring. The city reval process, as I mentioned, is happening right now. We are developing additional content for public education materials. The idea is that these will go out as printed inserts in tax and water bills to try to get into as many hands as possible before new assessments come out in April or May of this year. I think it's really important that we take any possible step to get the word out about the reval process, about what's happening and why it's happening. It has been 30 years or so since Lewiston has done this, so this is a new concept to many people. And I also want to mention, our current ratio assessed to market is around 40%, which is rather low. After the reval, the goal is to get that closer to 100%. So there will be a dramatic increase in property tax assessments, in the assessed value. We're going to say this many times also, but it's important to note that when you get your new tax assessment, you should not immediately multiply with the current existing tax rate. That tax rate will go down based on the budget process this year, but it will go down substantially. And so you should not be immediately concerned that we're keeping the same tax rate and you're seeing your new assessment and multiplying that out. So just a word of caution there. But we are going to be getting those out, those inserts out, and we're going to be looking at some other additional public education efforts between now and that time also. Lastly, I just want to thank everyone. December 18th, we had a really great staff appreciation luncheon at the Armory. Thank you for everyone's cooperation and letting us put that on. It went over really well. We had really great attendance across all city departments. So thank you to everyone there for helping to put that on, and for everyone for coming. We're going to be doing a similar event next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Kainrath. We appreciate your service to our city. Madam Clerk, I understand we have a consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there are 10 items on the consent agenda this evening. Item number 1, authorization for the city clerk and/or deputy city clerk to approve and sign all applications to operate Beano, Bingo, and other games of chance on behalf of the municipal officers Number 2, authorization for the city clerk and/or deputy city clerk to approve and sign all permits for circuses and carnivals on behalf of the municipal officers. Number 3, authorization for the municipal clerk and/or deputy city clerk to sign all liquor license applications on behalf of the municipal officers. Item number 4, authorization for the city clerk and/or deputy city clerk to approve and sign all applications for utility pole permits on behalf of the municipal officers. Number 5, authorization for the city clerk and/or deputy city clerk to approve and sign all licenses for closeout sale permits on behalf of the municipal officers. Item number 6, authorization for the finance director, treasurer, treasury manager, tax collector, deputy treasurer, and the investment officer, deputy treasurer manager to act on behalf of the municipal officers regarding deeds, liens, and municipal investments. Number 7, authorization for city administrator and deputy city administrator to approve or deny all requests to hang banners, post community event signs on municipal property, and place temporary signs, flags, and decorations in the public right-of-way on behalf of the municipal officers. Item number 8, authorization for deputy city administrator and/or finance director to have signatory authority for the city administrator when the administrator is unavailable. Item 9, order authorizing notification of special city council meetings to be issued via electronic means. And number 10, order authorizing execution of municipal quitclaim deeds for real estate located at 11 Castle Street and 26 Mason Avenue.
May I have a motion, please?
Move we approve all 10 items on the consent agenda with a single vote.
Counselor Chittum, seconded by
Second.
Counselor Najin. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed with a vote of 7-0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We are now up to jumping to item number 11.
Item number 11, election of city council president for 2026. The first item for requested action would be to receive nominations for the role of president for the city council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And councilors, do we have nominations?
I'll nominate Councilor Chittum.
We have Counselor Chittum is nominated. Do we have further nominations? Discussion among the council. Counselor Chittum, yes.
Thank you, Councilor Osman. I have served as council president for the past year. It has not always been an easy job. I believe I've done so with integrity and professionalism and would welcome the opportunity to continue in service to the council for the next year.
Further comments and discussion from the council. Counselor Najin, yes.
So I just wanted to say, thank you, Mr. Mayor, by the way. Per our discussion, the position, Council President, I do agree that you've done it with integrity, as well as the fact that you've done it in a way that has been very professional. I think a couple of the issues that I addressed, which is the appearance of transparency occasionally, communication among all council members in order to make sure that you're representing us as opposed to representing your own views. And to actually, a couple of the people who are attending right now point, we need to be more accessible to the public as well. And so whether or not we're looking at open office hours, however we have our discussions, they need to be public for sure, which is why I'm also stating that I had this conversation with you. And we need feedback and accountability in the form of the public eye. And so I do support you for council president. I am hoping that we can make those changes.
Further questions, comments from councilors? We're now having the public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Anything further, councilors? Madam Clerk, I guess we will call for the vote.
Sure. So the motion before the council now would be to elect Councilor Chittum as the city council president, said term to expire January 4th, 2027. You all set for the vote, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank
Counselor
you.
from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 12.
Item number 12, election of city council member to serve on the school committee for 2026. Requested action to receive the mayor's nomination of Councilor Harriman and to elect Councilor Harriman as the city councilor to serve on the school committee, said term to expire January 4th, 2027.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor Chittum, seconded by,
Osman.
seconded by Councilor Osman. I'll start off. Yes, appreciate your service to the school committee. Councilor Harriman, happy to send you back there. And yeah, questions, comments from councilors? We're now going to public comment. For the, wait, sorry, one second. Councilor Martell, yes.
I'm not going to be able to support this appointment just due to the recent censure and another in the past. I am not confident that Scott represents the best person to be doing the job for the school committee of Lewiston.
Further comments, questions from councilors before we move to public comment?
So,
Do you wish to be recognized, Councilor Osman?
yes.
Yes, please, Councilor Osman.
I'd like to nominate Councilor Scott to be the school rep based on his past work experience.
I have nominated him, but we'll take that as your support. Further comments, questions from the council? Now we are heading to public comment for this agenda item.
Thank you, Megan Hurd, Dyer Road, Ward 6, school committee member.
And I am Janet Bowden, and I am the Ward 2 school committee member. So we're here tonight to respectfully request different representation on the school committee from the city council. Councilor Scott Harriman has now been formally censured twice by this council and his previous council. The most recent censure is particularly troubling as it involved the use of an app that deletes messages while engaging in conversations about confidential matters with individuals outside of city government. Given his own admission to these actions, we no longer have confidence in his ability to serve as a trusted liaison between the council and the school committee. The situation raises serious concerns about the handling of sensitive and confidential information related to our students, staff, and schools. We believe it's in the best interest to appoint a different council representative. We need someone who can restore the trust and maintain the integrity of communication between our two bodies.
Further public comment for this agenda item?
Marcel Leclerc, Ward 5. I too think that with the two censures, especially being the last one using the Signal app, that it is time to have some new blood in the school committee. Thanks.
Further public comment for this agenda item? Back to the council. If audience members could please refrain from speaking, thank you. Yes, Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I too am a little concerned about actions that were taken with this app that and the censure and all that stuff too. I don't think that that's the best foot that we should be putting forward right now. Also, how busy will you be if you do get elected to another job? You're going to have this council, you're going to have that other job, and you're going to be on the school committee. I think your plate will be very, very full. So I am a little concerned about your time. So that's my feelings on that.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I just want to say that I've enjoyed my time on the school committee, and I would be happy to serve another year on it. And I believe that I can do so, given the time commitment that other things are in front of me, and yeah, and potentially another office as well. Yeah, I just think that I can do it, and I have enjoyed the term that I have spent on it.
Further public further comment and discussion from council members. Councilor Najin, yes.
So I just want to point out that being the council representative on the school committee is a humongous amount of time to dedicate. I would say that the school committee members are actually giving more time than council members are giving to council work. I just want to point that out. It's important to make sure that we have somebody in that seat who has the time to dedicate, who is committed to the mission, who also recognizes the separation between council and school committee, because it's incredibly important that people understand that the city council has no purview over anything that happens at the school committee with the exception of the budget. And ultimately, that's a final number that we either approve or disapprove before a referendum. And so Scott has done that work. If we do not have any other names to bring forward at this point, I think any concerns that we might have are moot. And, at the risk of pointing out the fact that I also was censured, a FOIA violation is a civil infraction. It's not a criminal act. And so, it's unfortunate for sure. It wasn't the best for transparency for the city or for myself personally. But it's not a criminal indictment.
Back to you, Councilor Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be happy to throw my hat in the ring for that appointment.
So, just for the public's benefit, this nomination can only come from me, and I am not changing my mind. I am still nominating Councilor Harriman. Further comments, question? Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Harriman, I appreciate your service both on this council and on the school committee for the past 2 years. I do not envy you the work, but I do share Councilor Roy's concerns. If you are elected to the legislature, which you hope to be, and you are serving full-time on the council job, which I know from personal experience is essentially a full-time job, and you are working on the school committee as well, I would like to hear you say again that you, in your heart of hearts, feel that you can give all that's required in each one of those 3 very important positions. I'd like to hear you confirm that, sir.
Councilor Harriman, back to you.
Yes. So I will point out that the special election that is happening next month will be to fill the remainder of a term. The second session, there are no bills that can be submitted at this time. So that's one responsibility that's off the person's plate. The session generally goes till April or May, and then the legislators are still serving. They're just not in session. I have done my homework consistently throughout my time on the city council and the school committee. Always fully read the agenda packets, ask questions when necessary, and I do believe that I have the time to commit to this role.
I just wanted to add that I had this conversation with Councilor Harriman, and the thing about Councilor Harriman is that he's been doing these roles for quite some time now. How long have you, Councilor, served on the school committee?
2 years on the school committee and 4 years on the council.
Yeah. Councilor Harriman doesn't need to get up to speed. He's already up to speed and can just hit the ground running. Further questions, comments from councilors? Councilor Najin.
So again, just to reiterate, you're not going to change your nomination. It is for Scott, correct?
Correct.
So that means that either we vote down your nomination and it doesn't move forward tonight, or we accept your nomination. And you're most probably going to continue to put Scott forward.
Right now, Scott is the candidate.
Okay.
My nomination. Yeah.
I just want clarification for that so that we can all make a decision of how much time we want to waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Further questions, comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
No.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
No.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7.
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 4 to 3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 13.
Item number 13, appointment of city council representatives to various boards and committees. You will note the attached vote sheet lists the outline of the various committees and the counselors who are interested in being appointed to those positions. The motion is above, which is to approve the following appointments of the city council representatives to the various boards and committees. I'm happy to read that list if you'd like, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, if you could read it in the public record, I would appreciate it.
Sure. 911 Committee, Counselor Chittum. Airport Board of Directors, Counselor Chittum. Androscoggin County Budget Committee, District 1, Counselor Martell. District 2, Counselor Longchamps. Androscoggin Valley Council of Governments General Assembly, Counselor Najin and Counselor Chittum. Community Development Block Grant Committee, Counselor Najin. Housing Committee, Counselor Roy. LA Transit Committee, Counselor Chittum. Lake Auburn Watershed Protection Commission, Counselor Chittum. Lewiston Auburn Public Health Committee, Counselor Najin. Lewiston Public Art Committee, Counselor Harriman. Lewiston Seniors Advisory Council, Counselor Martell. Loan Qualification Committee, Counselor Harriman. Maine Municipal Association Legislative Policy Committee, Mayor Shaleen. And Youth Advisory Council, Counselor Roy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Once again, if I can have it quiet in the council chambers, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Further or questions or comments from councilors? Councilor Chittum, are you raising your hand?
I am. I think you need a motion. So I move.
Oh, okay. Yes, thank you. Councilor Chittum, second by Councilor Najin. Thank you both very much. Further questions, comments from councilors? Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Item number 14.
Item number 14, appointments to various city boards and committees. There are several items for requested action. The first item is to receive the mayor's appointments to various city boards and committees.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I am working feverishly on that, and we'll have hopefully a full list ready for next meeting.
Okay, thank you. The next item is to review the mayor's nominations regarding his appointments to the Housing Committee and Planning Board and take a course of action. And those motions are outlined in the attached vote sheet. I'll be happy to read those, Mr. Mayor. For Housing Committee, to receive the mayor's nomination and to appoint Craig Saddlemeyer to a 3-year term on the Housing Committee as a full member, serving as a Lewiston real estate developer representative.
Are we, thank you, Madam Clerk. Are we voting on the nominations independently, or are we voting on all the housing members together?
It's laid out as separate items for 1 and 2, but really whatever the preference of the council is. But we do have it laid out as separate, separate votes.
Okay, I guess we'll just proceed with separate votes then. Do we need a motion for Craig Saddlemeyer?
Yes, please.
May I have a motion for Craig Saddlemeyer?
You may.
Councilor Chittum, second by
Second.
Councilor Roy. Yeah, Craig has served admirably, and I'd like to send him right back there. Questions, comments from the council? And I guess for each of these, we'll also go to public comment. Public comment on this first item. Back to the council. Councilor Roy, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just say it'd be a disservice to our city if Craig was not put back in that place, so.
Further questions or comments? Madam Clerk, please call the vote for Craig Saddlemeyer.
Counselor from Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0. The next motion, Mr. Mayor, is to receive the mayor's nomination and to appoint Emily Horgan to a 3-year term on the Housing Committee as a full member serving as a Lewiston Affordable Housing Agency representative.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor
Second.
Chittum, second by Counselor Harriman. Discussion. Counselor Harriman.
I just had a question because I noticed that the application shows this person doesn't live in Lewiston, but I believe they work for Lewiston Housing Authority. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Public comment for this agenda item. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed with a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I think we're up to planning board.
Yes, the next motion is to receive the mayor's nomination and to appoint Amy Smith to a 3-year term as a full member on the planning board.
I have a motion, please.
So moved.
Counselor, sorry, who was that? Counselor Harriman, seconded by
Second.
by Counselor Najin. Thank you very much. Discussion. Public comment. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0. The next motion to receive the mayor's nomination and to appoint Zoe Lidstrom to a 3-year term as a full member on the planning board.
So moved.
Counselor Najin, seconded by Counselor Chittum. Thank you both very much. Discussion. Public comment. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I think we're up to Public Health Committee nominations.
Yes, the next one is to receive the nominations from the Lewiston Area Public Health Committee and to take a course of action. There are 2 motions regarding the 2 nominations from the Public Health Committee. The first one is to receive the nomination from the Public Health Committee and to appoint Megan Parks to a 3-year term as a full member serving in the position of Area Resident Business Representative.
I have a motion, please.
So moved.
Counselor Chittum,
Second.
second by Counselor Osman. Discussion among the council. Public, Counselor Najin, yes.
Currently, Megan Parks serves as the chair for the committee, and it's been, I think, a little bit of a rough start reforming the committee's work with the new counselor in there. But from what I've seen, she's done a good job. So,
Good deal. Further comments, questions from the council? We are now up to public comment for this item.
Andrew Jones, Ward 2. I oppose the nomination of Megan Parks to this position. The reason for that is at the most recent school committee meeting, she admitted to violating the First Amendment rights of constituents in our city by blocking members' emails. This is viewpoint discrimination, and she has no business in public service.
Further public comment for this agenda item.
Melissa Dunn, community organizer. Me and Megan don't align on a lot of things, but a stalker is not a determinant to whether there's victim should be able to block them or not. And so I just would ask council, maybe if they're hearing testimony, to use discernment and, follow up with people that might be experiencing things like defamation, stalking, cyber stalking, incitement to unlawful acts, mobbing, hyena mentality, terrorizing, menace, things like that. Thank you.
Further public comment. Back to the council. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 6 to 1.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
Next agenda item next motion, to receive the nomination from the Public Health Committee and to appoint Joseph Philippon to a 3-year term as a full member serving in the position of Area Resident Business Representative.
So moved.
Counselor, moved by Counselor Chittum, seconded by
Counselor Najin.
Counselor Najin. Discussion among the council. Public comment for this agenda item.
Andrew Jones, Ward 2. I also oppose the nomination of Joseph Philippon. I met Joe a number of years ago, and he seemed like a pretty stand-up guy. Then we learned about his misconduct at the Lewiston Police Department and how he conspired with 2 members of this council to use Signal to violate the Freedom of Access Act. And I don't care, Mr. Najin, if it's civil or criminal or whatever you want to call it, it's still a violation. And yeah, the both of you who are censured for that, you say that you didn't know what Signal was and what it does. I call bullshit on that. But yeah,
If we could
I don't
please
think that,
refrain from using foul language at the council meetings, that would be great. Thank you.
yeah, colorful language, I get it. Like I said, I liked the Joe that I knew until I learned who he really was. So I can't support his continued public service with the damage he's done to our city. Thank you.
Further public comment? Back to the council. I don't get a vote here, but I oppose this appointment. Yes, Councilor Longchamps.
Yes, I too, I just don't think that Mr. Philippon really has Lewiston at his best interest. So I will be voting no on this, and I hope, given the facts and everything that transpired with Mr. Philippon, I hope everybody here does the right thing.
Councilor Roy.
I take it back.
Oh, nope. Okay. Councilor Najin, yes.
So a few things. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One, Joseph Philippon is a resident of the city. Certainly has the ability to participate in any of the ways that anybody else would participate in the city, including volunteering. I understand the separation agreement doesn't allow him to work for the city, but volunteer board or committee is completely allowed. I'd also point out that Joe Philippon was a member of the Crow team for years, has been the de facto public face of the police department for years, ran your election campaign and re-election campaign, so you know who he is, and runs the Summer Fun and Films program, was crucial in bringing the Project Support U teams to Lewiston. I think his perspective would be helpful on the Public Health Committee. And so, yeah, just wanted to put that out there.
Back to you, Councilor Longchamps.
I just have to say, he's the one that's
Can you please use the mic? Thank you.
responsible for you getting censured. And you're lucky
Ca-
that it was just that.
Councilors, thank you. You can address questions to other councilors through the mayor. Anything further, Councilor Longchamps? Councilor Najin, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to state that I'm responsible for getting myself censured. And I would also say that in a public meeting, you can read the meeting minutes if you're wondering what Joe and I are talking about.
Further questions, discussion from council members? Councilor Roy.
Thank you. I'll go now. I just feel like when you lose somebody's trust, it's hard to get back, right? I too really like Joe. I've liked him ever since I met him, but we have choices in life and we make those choices. And right now, I'm just having a hard time with this one, to be honest with you. So.
Councilor Martel, did you have your hand up?
I did. Mr. Mayor.
Please, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I'm new to this, so I don't know how formal this is going to sound, but it just doesn't feel right. Someone was just separated from a long-standing tenure in service to the police department, and it was decided for whatever reason that sounded like pretty credible reasons from what I've seen. I've never met Mr. Philippon, but I have followed the story, and I think that if the city and the police department felt that that separation was necessary, I don't think rushing that same individual back into public service is the most ideal scenario. So if there could be another nomination or something that we could consider, I think there'd be value in that.
Councillor Chittum, did you have your hand up?
I did. I guess the first thing I want to say is that we have all made mistakes. That for us to judge an individual solely on his mistakes rather than on his contributions as well might be short-sighted. That Mr. Philippon's relationship with the police department, his severance package, separation agreement, does not speak to his qualifications to serve on the Public Health Committee. I know that his mother is a nurse. I know that he has been involved in public health for a long time. And I would hate to see the potential asset that he could bring to that committee wasted because of errors in judgment and mistakes that he's made in his past.
Councillor Najin, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to reiterate that we have a hard time finding anybody to serve on any board or committee, especially qualified people. And if we base our decisions on who's going to serve on what board or committee, on who we like, then I think that's a complaint that the public has about several different committees and appointments. Just something to think about. Thank you.
Councillor Roy.
Thank you. I don't think it's about who we like, to be honest with you. I like Joe. I've always liked Joe. I've had great conversations with Joe. I'm just talking about transparency. If we go down that road again, and I can't do that. That's the only thing. And yes, can he bring great knowledge and foresight into this committee? Yes, I agree with that. But I think, there are other people that could do that too, right? And I think I can't support it. I'm sorry.
Back to you, Councillor Chittum.
Question, and I'm not sure who the correct person to address this to would be, but if this council rejects the nomination of the Public Health Committee, what is the process following that?
Madam Clerk, isn't it the council who decides who's nominated? I realize the Public Health Committee put this forward, but can you shed some light on this, please?
Right. So my recollection from the description of the Public Health Committee, and I'm not sure if it's in the policy manual or the ordinance offhand, but it is a council-adopted definition of the work and duties of the Public Health Committee, their bylaws and whatnot, that they are a unique committee that they put forth nominations. They're able to nominate their own members. And I believe, if I recall, when they were created several years ago, it's because of the specialized work that they do, wanting folks that work in the public health realm and industry. So they will nominate people to make sure they have a good balance of nurses and hospice folks and whatever the case may be for public health issues. So if this nomination fails, or if this motion fails, we'll simply just notify the Public Health Committee that one of their two nominees this evening did not receive council approval. There are actually currently 4 openings for the area resident business representative seats. There's 4 seats on the Public Health Committee for area resident business representative. We did not receive a lot of applications for that, but we did receive some, and the committee reviewed it and brought these 2 forth at this time, and I believe are working to fill the other 2 slots, and we'll have the other recommendations in 2 weeks. I'm not sure if they're going to try to do some outreach and target recruitment to try to fill some specialized slots. But to answer your question, if this motion fails, we'll simply just notify the committee, and then they will have a responsibility to present additional nominations so they can fill their committee and make sure they have a quorum to be able to meet and move forward.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I don't know whether you have this information handy, but I was talking with a resident who lamented the fact that there was no physician that currently serves on the committee. Are you, can you confirm that?
I believe that is correct. There used to be physicians that were on there, but of course it's very time consuming. You know, a physician's job is very time consuming, and I'm not sure when the committee meets, but perhaps it wasn't convenient for their time. But I believe that is a correct statement at this point. The last one resigned due to scheduling conflicts or whatnot a little bit ago, from my recollection.
Thank you. And just to speak to the fact, yes, Mr. Philippon did run a couple of campaigns for me, but he would, I would not select him now. Councillor Longchamps, yes.
Just for the record, he also did help me with my campaign too, but I would not select him either. Again, I just wanted to share that.
Councillor Chittum, did you have something?
I did. Thank you for anticipating that, Mr. Mayor. If the Public Health Committee has seen the work that Mr. Philippon is doing in this regard and has nominated him to this position, in concert with my comments earlier, it doesn't seem to me to be a wise policy for us to say this man has made mistakes in other areas, he's made errors in judgment, but he has the qualifications and the recommendation of the Public Health Committee. So I would argue that we're all flawed individuals, but here's an opportunity for Mr. Philippon to contribute through his knowledge to the Public Health Committee, and he has their endorsement.
Councillor Najin, did you have your hand up again?
I did not, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, further, before we go to vote, any final thoughts from councillors? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
No.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
No.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
No.
Motion passed by a vote of 4-3.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
The next item is nomination from the Lewiston Republican Party for their representative to the Voter Registration Appeals Board. The motion is to receive the nomination from the Lewiston Republican Party and to appoint Lisa Jones to the vacant seat on the Voter Registration Appeals Board, said term to expire April 1st, 2027.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councillor Najin.
Second.
Second by Councillor Martel. Discussion among the council. Councillor Najin.
Thank you very much. This is for the clerk, if you don't mind. Kathy, do you mind just quickly going over why these appointments occur and the fact that it's been empty for 2 years, just to fill people in, because I think the looking at a nonpartisan board appointing a Republican position seems weird, at least at first glance, and so if you don't mind filling everybody in, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. So state law requires...
One second, member. If audience members could please refrain from speaking or head into the hall. It's really so simple. Thank you. Madam Clerk, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. State law requires that communities with a population of 5,000 or more have a voter registration appeals board. The state statutes also define the structure of the committee. There are 3 members on the board, 1 nominated by the Democratic Party, 1 nominated by the Republican Party, and 1 appointed by the city clerk. And so currently we have the member from the Democratic Party, Tom Reynolds, who's been on for a while, and the committee chair is Ed Barrett. And the Republican Party, I think due to changes in their leadership, hasn't had a member to serve for maybe a year or 2. I can't remember exactly. So they have a new committee chair. I knew that they were having their special caucus a couple weeks ago, so I reached out to the new committee chair and said, if you have an opportunity to find someone to serve from your caucus, that would be great. It would be great to be able to have a full board on any of our city boards and committees. So their work is defined under state law. They would hear appeals from denial of voter registration. If the registrar of voters denies someone voter registration and they want to appeal that, they would appeal it to the Board of Voter Registration Appeals. But all of it is defined under state statutes.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Further comments, questions from councilors? Yes, Councilor
Again,
Councilor Chittum.
Thank you. Through the mayor to the city clerk, if this position is not filled, how long has it been vacant and what happens if it's not filled tonight?
I believe it's been vacant for about a year or two, approximately. If it's not filled tonight, we could bring it forth at another time. We would reach out to the Republican Party and say that it's either not filled, whether you move to postpone this motion or whatever, however you dispose of the motion. We would communicate that to the Republican Party and let them know.
Thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I did have a little concern about this nomination, given that this person has repeatedly disrupted public meetings in the past. So I do understand the importance of this board, but I would respectfully ask the city Republicans to put forward another nominee because of that. I don't know that that behavior should be rewarded with a appointment to a city committee.
Further questions, comments from the council? Councilor Longchamps, did you?
Yeah, I think just like we did everybody else on the other committees, why have her removed or put someone else there? She's here, so my opinion is to nominate her.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Martell.
I also support this nomination.
Did somebody have their hand up here that I didn't see? Councilor Osman.
So I'm opposed to this nomination. I will not be voting. And I think the Republicans should put forward somebody else.
Councilor Najin, and then I'll chime in.
So just really quickly, this is the Lewiston Republican Party's nominee for the Board of Appeals. This is basically a formality for us. We didn't pick this person. And again, coming back to the point that I'm making about finding people to serve on boards and committees, it's been very difficult in several cases. I don't think that we have the luxury of picking or choosing people who we like or don't like, especially in a case when this has nothing to do with us except for a formality that we just simply approve.
Thank you. So I think it would. Is this the first time we've voted on this in a while? Something like this,
In a
Madam
while,
Clerk?
yes. Yes, the
Okay.
chair's seat is a 4-year term and the others are 3-year terms.
Right. So here's where I'm at. I think pending a real issue that the clerk had with the candidacy, which that they didn't meet qualifications or something else. I really do think we need to take whatever the city committee, in this case the Republican City Committee, has put forth as a nomination. If things were flipped, many of us would be wholeheartedly endorsing the nomination from the Democratic City Committee. And let's remember that these positions are partisan positions. And so, I respectfully disagree with many of the things that the applicant, policy positions. I do support, since she has received the nomination from the city committee, I wholeheartedly encourage the council to vote this through.
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
if you don't mind,
sorry, Madam Clerk, yes.
I apologize. We were just pulling out the language from the state statutes, which just for reference is Title 21A, Section 103, subsection 1. And let me just read a sentence for you if I could. The municipal committee, being the political party committee, the municipal committee of each of the major political parties shall nominate one member who must be enrolled in the party of the municipal committee that nominates the member, and the municipal officers, being the city council, the municipal officers shall appoint the person nominated by the municipal committee. So we would interpret the word shall as really being a directive that the city council must appoint the people nominated by the political committees. I just wanted to
Thank
point
you,
out that
Ma-
language in the statute.
I appreciate that, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Do we still, since we're up here parsing legal language, do we still have a city attorney in the back room? Miss, can you repeat for Mr. Eisenstein, Madam Clerk?
Sure, I'm sorry. Let me just call it up again. I'm sorry. So the council's discussing the motion on the floor, which is the nomination by the Lewiston Republican Party to appoint their representative to the Voter Registration Appeals Board. Voter Registration Appeals Board being defined in state statute. Both political parties have the right to nominate someone to serve, and we are working to fill the vacancy from the Republican Party. The Republican Party has submitted a nomination, and the council's discussing whether to approve that nomination or not. There's a line from the state statutes, Title 21A, Section 103, regarding the definitions of voter registration appeals boards, and the sentence says, "The municipal committee of each of the major political parties shall nominate one member who must be enrolled in the party of the municipal committee that nominates that member, and the municipal officers shall appoint the persons nominated by the municipal committees."
The question at hand, Mr. Eisenstein, is can the council reject a nomination by the local political party? Or are we obligated to vote this person through?
Well, I don't think the city council is in a position of being a, quote, rubber stamp, close quote. So if you have any right to vote, you have a right to vote. That would be my opinion. You can't say nominate John Q. Smith. We would prefer him. You don't have that choice in the same way that when you nominated Councilor Harriman to be a representative of the school committee, it's not up to the other councilors to say, I want John Doe to be the representative. So my reading is that you have the possibility and the power to say, no, we don't approve. Otherwise, why give you the vote to approve? It would be a meaningless vote. So that, without having done any research, and this is a spur of the moment at not my finest time, which is at 8:30 at night. It's more like 8:30 in the morning that is my prime time. But with those caveats, that would be my opinion.
We deeply appreciate your service to our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was most helpful. So while we are absolutely not required, if I'm paraphrasing, while we are absolutely not required to vote through this nominee, I think it would set bad precedents and it would be bad practice if we do not. Thank you, Mr. Eisenstein. Councilor Harriman, did you have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that it's not about liking or disliking someone, and it's not about partisanship. I mean, obviously, this seat has to be a partisan seat. My concern is the individual's lack of respect for civic institutions and being appointed to a position in that realm doesn't seem to me like something that we should do.
Councilor Najin.
I would just like to remind everyone that there's a certain decorum that we should be conducting ourselves with in these actions of excoriating private citizens for volunteer service is below us. That's all.
Further questions, comments from the council before we head to public comment? Public comment.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Jones, and I'm the applicant that has been discussed for an absurdly long amount of time here. I honestly assumed this would be a rubber stamp. Carl, I really appreciate what you just said at the end there. again, we're having a Twilight Zone moment here where this council just approved putting someone on the school committee that's been censured twice and has proven that he can't follow FOIA or chooses not to. And he has a problem with me responding to Megan Parks. You just appointed somebody who was fired from the city of Lewiston for a litany of reasons. We don't even know all of them because of the separation agreement. And you appointed somebody else that was caught defrauding the city of tax money. And literally, there are people squabbling about appointing me because you have a personal dislike for me. That's the epitome of hypocrisy. You just put it on display for everyone. Scott, your favorite reporter, is right over there in the corner.
Further public comment?
My name's Melissa Dunn. I'm community organizer. I think it was Najeen that said something in the beginning that it sounded weird to be getting something from the Republican Party or whatever for a nomination, and it was all explained, and that's great and everything. But please hold on to that feeling of weird, because that document actually shows proximity and association to what we've been saying for people being targeted in community repeatedly through manufactured FOIAs, propaganda narratives, civil conspiracies, things that do incitement. And so as we see in subtleties here, how usual business might be held with care in present, it's worse than that to be on the receiving end as somebody sitting around a table or testifying or observing. And so I would ask people that may vote to reject or vote no, that you know and you feel that there may be a recipient or receiving of the backlash or retaliation of that. But please stand strong in your conviction. There are true Republicans out here, and we actually voted one for Ward 5 City Council, which we're really proud about to get behind him. And so just please use discernment. We're looking for bipartisan, nonpartisan for the advancement, not the destruction of Lewiston.
Further public comment? Sorry, one second, sir. Now that we know that you don't live in town, I want to make sure that you speak after everyone who lives in Lewiston. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Okay. Sorry, we're going to have you go at the end, sir. Thank you.
Marcel Leclerc, Ward 5. I just want to point out to Councilor Harriman, kettles and pots, and you live in a big glass house, and yes, is the nominee very passionate? She is extremely passionate about the city, but that just shows how much she cares for the city. Thank you.
Christine Holden, Ward 1, former writer of legislation,
One
including
second,
election.
Chris. If we can have it quiet in the audience, that'd be great. It's hard for me to see
Start
here who
over.
are repeat offenders, but please be quiet. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, we've restarted your time, Chris.
Hi, Christine Holden, Ward 1. I have written election laws in a former life. I also am an election worker. I understand state law when it says shall. It does not mean may or what you feel like. It is you shall do this. And it is in the system that we have in the United States, state law takes precedence over municipal feelings or laws. My question, Mr. Mayor, if I may address the city clerk a moment. Ms. Monteo, how frequently are appeals made to the Voting Appeals Board, do you know?
We've had one in the 25 years I've been here.
Thank you.
We'll get to you, good sir. Don't worry. Please continue.
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. So this is a partisan position because it's nominated by a party. It is not nominated by the city council the mayor, Kathy. It is the party gets to put their nominee out here. Now, the word shall means you shall do this. It is not, as she said just earlier, it doesn't mean you may do this, you shall do this. Words have meaning. Councilor Chittum, you will agree with me on that. Now, is Lisa passionate about things? Yes, but that's not a bad thing. And to paraphrase Councilor Najin from earlier when we were talking about Councilman Harriman and the mayor's nomination for him for school committee, how long do you want to keep this position open? Because the Republican Party can keep coming back every 2 weeks and saying Lisa Jones is our nominee. And they have the same right that the mayor has to keep nominating the same person. You can just be sitting here wasting time, as Councilor Najin said, or you can just nominate the person that the Republican Party feels they can do the job for them. Just like the Democratic Party has their person they feel does the job for them on this board. It's unfortunate that it's designed as a partisan board, but that's how we live in this country. Thank you very much.
Further public comment?
Kieran Maduris Collins, Ward 5. Sorry. Can you hear me? But the microphone's a little low, I think. Kieran Maduris Collins, Ward 5. I just want to say that I think that what Attorney Eisenstein said seems right, that state statutes generally cannot compel elected officials to vote a particular way on a particular item. It obviously cuts in the other direction that the party has a right to nominate someone and they shall be appointed. It strikes me that perhaps this isn't something the council should be voting on at all. And so, I don't know if it would seem like the council would have an opportunity to perhaps delay this nomination for 2 weeks to figure out a way to handle the legal questions here, because I think your city attorney's got it right, and I also think that there's a decent argument that you all shouldn't be voting on this in any way, that it should be an automatic appointment from the two parties based on the language from the statute that we just heard. So thank you very much.
How are we doing tonight? David Jones. I do not live in Lewiston. I'm running for governor, and I'm a Republican candidate.
So there's no politicking here.
I'm a Republican, and I am running for office. And I'm telling you right now, you have a responsibility.
Point of order. Sir, there's no politicking here.
Okay,
so
fine. I'm not politicking.
If you have something to say on the agenda item, please say it.
All right. Here's the point. This should be a rubber stamp. It's not up to you. It says shall. Shall doesn't mean may. It means shall. It means will. And you have a responsibility. You have a responsibility to the public to uphold the rule of law. This is a statute. It's in place. Why in God's name you would even debate this? It's the person we want. It's the person the Republican Party wants to represent them. Whether you like that person or not, it does not matter. What matters is that you have a responsibility to do your job. And that is to say yes, nothing else. Thank you.
Public comment is now closed. Back to the council. Councilor Najin, yes.
So just really quickly, I think most probably the reason why the process is set up the way it is to make it public record, and also as a double check to make sure that the qualifications match. Since we know that the qualifications match, and it's now on the public record, we can probably just vote.
Right.
Further questions, comments from councilors? Councilor Chittum, yes.
Yes, thank you. I normally do not disagree with our city attorney, but this is not precatory language. It does not say may, it says shall. And as much as it pains me to think that this committee is viewed by the legislature as nothing more than a rubber stamp, I don't see that we have any choice.
So for the record, I I trust our city attorney's advice. However, my position remains the same, and I think it would be bad precedent and bad practice not to vote through this applicant as put forth by the political party. Any further comments before we go to a vote? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
No.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
No.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 5 to 2.
Item number 15.
Item number 15, executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 4056A, to discuss whether and how to proceed with regard to the council resolve passed December 16th, 2025, to review the qualifications of one of its members pursuant to Sections 2.01A, or the grounds for forfeiture of the office pursuant to 2.06A3 of the city charter. Requested action to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 4056A, to discuss a personnel matter involving the investigation of a complaint pursuant to Section 2.08 of the charter.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Counselor Chittum.
Second.
Second by Counselor Najin. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counselor from Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
Yes.
Ward 5,
Yes.
Ward 6,
Yes.
Ward 7.
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For the public's benefit, we are now heading into an executive session. We will be coming back. No idea when we'll be coming back, but we will. So feel free to make yourselves at home. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you. Hello, we are back from executive session. Thank you all for waiting for us. You all deserve a prize. Item number, if we can please have it quiet in the chambers, that would be great. Thank you. Madam Clerk, what item are we on?
Item number 16.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 16.
Item number 16, resolve authorizing the city attorney to retain an independent investigator to prepare a report presenting the facts relating to Councilor Osmond's qualification to represent Ward 5 on the city council. Requested action to approve the resolve to authorize the city attorney to retain an independent investigator to prepare a report presenting the facts relating to Councilor Osmond's qualification to represent Ward 5 on the city council.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Councilor
Second.
Chittum, second by Councilor Najin. Discussion? Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This resolve will authorize the city attorney to hire an independent third-party investigator to look at the qualifications of the counselor sitting to my immediate right, Councilor Iman Osman. There are a number of questions out in the public as to his qualifications. It is the desire of this council, I believe, to resolve these questions as rapidly as possible so that we can move along with the business of running the city. This is an unwanted distraction, and I think the best way to resolve this unwanted distraction is to have an independent third-party investigator present to the council facts, not innuendo, not suggestion, not conjecture, but facts and interpretations of law that apply. That's the purpose of this resolve. What the report will say, no one knows, but I think it's important that we do have that report. So that's why I've sponsored this resolve, and I encourage the council to vote in favor of it.
Further questions, comments from councilors? We are now going to public comment for this agenda item.
Good evening. My name is Mahidin Libah again. I am seeing that the public funds.
Sorry, can you please state where you live?
I live in Lewiston for like 20 years. So I'm seeing assigning an independent person to investigate this is a misuse of the city fund. There are a lot of other programs that needs attention. There are a lot of kids who are not taken care of. There are a lot of kids who are not attending programs in summer programs. Kids on the street who are not having appropriate city funds. So using that money to somebody who was duly elected by this many people who are behind him, that is a misuse of funds. I mentioned that again last time when I talked. Iman is supported by everybody in the community, and this is the only hope we have. He is youth who went to high school here, in Lewiston High School. He played soccer there, and he knows he lived all his time in Ward 5. He never moved anywhere else, and he's not gonna move anywhere else. So now assigning somebody paid by the city dollars to something that is clear to all these people who are spending the night here is an appropriate use of the funds. So I would suggest this person was sworn in, this person has to do his job. And what I'm trying to urge all the councillors is to work with him because he's representing the most needed ward, which is Ward 5, which is Kennedy Park, which is downtown Lewiston. It's a hot place in the city. So instead of the city council working with him, strategizing how best he can be helped, it's unfortunate that we're gonna hire somebody to go look after something that's clear. It's already clear. He lived there. It was condemned. Now he's gonna live there. If that condemnation is out, tomorrow he's gonna be moving in, sleeping there. That's gonna be his address. Nothing can be changed from that. So I suggest the city funds that is mostly needed by other programs should not be used to do an investigation against Iman. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mohammed. I live in Lewiston, Ward 5. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Somali community in Lewiston. We understand that Under the Lewiston Charter, the city has the legal authority to review the qualification of its member. We respect the law, the charter, and the role of the councillors. But today, our community is very concerned. This is not accountability. This issue is a narrative. What we are seeing in the media and public discussion has become a racial, political, and hostile, sadly. It now feels like the city council is becoming part of it. Let me be very clear. The Somali community voted based on democratic value, not race, religious. We vote for people of all backgrounds because we believe in democracy, fairness, and equal opportunity. Councillor Osman was elected by voters, not selected or appointed. He earned his seat through the ballot box, just like everyone else who's sitting here now. Yet today, it feels like only one elected councillor, our councillor, is being targeted from social media and everywhere. This sends a painful message to our community. In recent Lewiston election, Somali community voted in a large number. We participated because we trusted the democratic process and believe our voice matters. Some of you sitting here today, we voted for you. We elected you to protect our community interests, not creating division or go after one elected member from our community. This narrative, if this narrative continues, our community will be forced to re-examine our relationship or political relationship, including our relationship with the Democratic Party and who will be voting in the future. This is not a threat. This is a democratic. We ask this councillor to act with fairness, objectively, respect, and to stop any action that looks like selective or unfair targeting. Thank you.
Further public comment?
Marcel Leclerc, Ward 5. I just want to be clear that this is not a Somali issue. This is an eligibility issue. This is an occupancy issue. We love our Somali citizens just like we love all of our citizens. This investigation, if it brings nothing, then there's nothing to be worried about. So an investigation, I encourage it 100%. Thanks.
Matthew Agron, Ward 4. This is the correct step.
One second, sir. If we can have it quiet in the chambers, that'd be great. No, really, please, be quiet. Thank you. Please continue.
This is the correct step. Why? Because it asks you, the council, to act in a reasonable manner to quickly put to end a controversy which has the ability to raise havoc and issues over the next 2 years. It's not racism to ask, because the question's been raised by sources both within our own community and outside, whether or not we have a resident who is not living in the ward he was elected to represent. Now, after this complete and thorough investigation is done, we end the source of this controversy for the city, no matter how it turns out. But now, what I want to ask of you all as a member of the council is when this investigation is complete, that you authorize the complete and fully transparent report released of the investigation. I don't care how the report comes out, but what I and many of the other citizens do not want is a over half redacted report released that doesn't provide any clear answers to us. That way, there is no way anyone can say that politics in any way, shape, or form influenced this investigation and that there was a cover-up done in order to make the answers go one way or the other. Thank you for your time.
Further public comment?
All right, so I'm David Jones. I do not live in Lewiston, but I love this city. And I'm here tonight because I think it's really important, that the communities come together. And as long as there's this question about his eligibility, it's serious. He's living in a building, well, supposedly living in a building it's condemned, was condemned in October of 2024. It's uninhabitable. There's no certificate of occupancy. He refuses to give the public access to an address that he's supposedly living in this ward, which is a problem. Set aside the fact that that building was in fact involved in a very, very large drug bust. And then on top of that, this man was arrested on felony gun charges, which are pending. So, it's a question of character. Now, I think that the Somali community deserves representation, but there has to be someone more qualified that has a cleaner record of behavior that we could look at and know that we respect that individual and that he's going to do what's right for everybody, because he doesn't just represent the Somali community. He represents everybody. All you folks sitting up there at that bench, it's your job to represent everybody. Doesn't care black, white, green, yellow, hot pink, Republican, Democrat, unenrolled, it doesn't matter. You represent everybody. If you're incapable of doing that, or if you don't have the credibility, then you just shouldn't hold that position. So I think the idea that you're going to do an investigation is fantastic. It's really good. It's a good first step. I agree that we should, that should be a fully transparent report, and we should make sure that the public gets to see everything about it. And in the meantime, he took an oath to support a constitution, which I think he's already violated. He's already violated, saying he's going to uphold the Constitution. He won't even tell us where the hell he lives. So I think you really got to take a point at this, and a real good look at what you're doing here tonight. I witnessed something I didn't think I would ever witness. We don't live in Venezuela, all right? We live in Lewiston, Maine, and we need to make sure that the laws of our land apply. So I know there's a question. I'm glad to hear you're going to do the report, and I do beg you to please make it fully public. Thank you very much.
Further public comment?
Lisa Jones, Ward 2. This is extremely simple. We all know the facts here. We all know that 210 Blake Street was condemned in October of 2024. We all know that Mr. Osmond has signed paperwork after that date swearing that he lives at that address. That's not true. If anybody dares vote against opening investigation, I don't know how you even look in the mirror.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. Public comment.
Sorry, I was late to the party. I just have one or two things to say. For me, I just want to reply.
1 second. If the audience could please refrain from speaking, or, yeah, like, for real. Okay, thank you. Shukri, please continue. Please identify yourself and state where you live.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shukri Abdurrahman. I live in Ward 7. And I'm a community organizer. Lewiston's my home. But anyways, for me, there's no problem with investigation. The problem is the bigger picture. The problem is we literally destroyed someone's image. There's nothing wrong with following the law, the rules, and the charter. But at the end of the day, when we're fishing for something, who else is going through what Iman is going through? And I understand that, we want to know and understand his exact address, where he lives, and everyone has a right to know that, right? But at the end of the day, it's bigger than that. This is hurting a whole entire community. Personally, there's nothing wrong with the investigation on my end, right? But for me, what I have a problem with is the bigger picture of that investigation, what could come out of that, and how people perceive to just be able to put anyone who's been elected or voted into office to be questioned, like their character. At the end of the day, there was a man who was literally bashing his character. He came up here and he doesn't even live in Lewiston. You have the opinion to share, you have a right to share your opinion, but at the end of the day, the only people who actually understand the importance of the situation is people who live in Ward 5. I don't even live in Ward 5. I live in Ward 7. But I know Iman personally. I know he's a good man. And I know this is something that can just be sorted out easily. And I ask for you guys to just, Lewiston is everyone's home. And let's make sure that we're respecting him. And if we're going to follow the rule of law, we follow the rule of law. We don't go around the bushes. We don't go around social media. We don't destroy someone's character. We don't destroy someone's reputation, because at the end of the day, regardless of what the evidence is that comes out of this investigation, his reputation is on the line. So how do we hold people accountable? If this investigation comes back and it's true that he lives in that address, how do we hold the city accountable? Because the city destroyed this man's life and his reputation. If he's elected and people voted him in office, then that's that. The problem should have been dealt with in the beginning. Why weren't these questions raised in the beginning? And why didn't an investigation happen in the beginning? We literally waited until this person got sworn in office to do all of this. That's not right, and that's not fair in my opinion. But thank you guys for all your service, and I hope this is just done with, because this problem is affecting everyone.
Andrew Jones, Ward 2. I just want to support this resolution. I think an independent investigator.
Sorry, can you just move the mic or speak into it so that our folks at home?
Again, Andrew Jones, Ward 2. I just want to echo my support for this resolution. I think an independent investigation is necessary. As we've figured out at this point, I will echo the mayor's statement that Eamon Osmond should resign, but at this point, it's clear that he will not do the right thing. I would like to see the investigation go forward, and then hopefully the council can use that information to do the right thing themselves, since he will not. And if the council can't do that, well, in a couple of days, he gets to see a judge, and maybe the judge will do it for him. And there was a comment earlier about, why wasn't this investigation done earlier? We actually had an opportunity back in the school committee, and one of those members up there, Mr. Harriman, you refused to allow that investigation to go forward, so that's on you. Thank you.
Further public comment? Well.
Hello, Martin Chartrand, Ward 5. I know you all heard from me earlier. I just want to add that the point made by my fellow citizen Muhidin earlier about the use of public funds on an investigation is a really important point. It seems to me that this issue was resolved by the city clerk when Councilor Osmond ran for office, and that the call for an investigation happened after a lot of loud voices with an agenda came into the dialogue. And if that's the case, then are we going to call for an investigation into everything that some folks get up here and say an accusation about? Again, the case that Councilor Osmond makes about having to leave his apartment because of a condemnation makes perfect sense. I don't quite understand what more there is to investigate. And I also am hopeful about the democratic process that we've already had supporting Councilor Osmond to be in Ward 5 council seat. Could bring good results to the Lewiston community, to everybody in it, and that's democracy. Not everybody's going to like the result, but to find ways to disqualify to me, it seems like a poor use of all of our time, a poor use of city funds, and harmful. I think if there is investigation done, it needs to be investigation not just into Mr. Osmond's residence, but into all of the harm that's been caused by this process of accusations, and including from people that don't live in Lewiston, and that there needs to be accountability for that and support for Councilor Osmond to live his life in the midst of all this. So thank you for your time, and I hope you make the right decisions.
Further public comment? Back to the council. Questions, discussion from councilors? Councilor Najin, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to say to the public, a third-party investigation is both objective and accountable. There's a lot of opinions out there putting forward an investigation that finds a determination of fact based on law, allows us to move forward because the council does have the ability to, the sole ability to judge the qualifications of a sitting member of council. There seems to be some confusion about issues concerning divisive language targeting the Somali community and findings of fact regarding the qualifications of a sitting member of council. They're separate issues. I understand that they seem to be combined in certain ways. I don't think you'll find any member of council posting on social media about any of this. There's a loss of trust in government and elected officials overall, and these processes are needed in order to make sure that we're being both transparent and accountable to the people that we serve. So I just want to put that out. Thank you.
Councilor Longchamps?
Take him first.
Yeah, no, you're being recognized now.
No, thank you.
Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to a couple of things. First, there's been some questions around the timing of things, and I know it can seem confusing, but the body that someone's a member of can only investigate someone who is currently a member of that body. So, when someone is on the school committee, they can only investigate someone who is on the school committee, and as soon as they stop being a member, that investigation stops wherever it is. The city council subsequently cannot investigate someone until they are on the city council. So that's part of I think that's some of the confusion around that. The second piece that I had was I wanted to address some of the rhetoric that's been going around this that frankly I'm very disgusted by, and it seems like some people out there are not motivated by trying to figure out the truth in this situation, but they're motivated by something else. And I do have questions that can be answered by an investigation, and that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of with this.
Further questions, comments from councilors? Councilor Longchamps, yes.
Yes. I do think an investigation is important. It will either clear someone or there'll be findings of that the person in fact didn't live there. I do just want to say that I think reputation is absolutely important. And I think that 210 Blake Street, unfortunately, at this time has a bad reputation, and not because we have done anything, but because of what has happened in the past there. But again, I support an investigation if he's cleared of living at 210 Blake Street. Good, then we put this to rest. If he's found not, that he wasn't living there or hasn't been living there, residing there, then we put that to rest too. So I think an investigation is important, and I hope that everyone sitting up here does the right thing and votes yes. Thank you.
Further questions, comments? Councilor Najin, yes, back to you.
I would just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just also like to say that public service is not for everyone. We don't get a lot of reward back for what we give out. So just keep that in mind as well.
Further comments? So as was mentioned, yes, I called for Councillor Osman to resign. Without, and that was over the indictment charges and not whether he was guilty or not guilty, but simply the distraction that would represent. And so my position hasn't changed, and this meeting and comments and the fact that we may now be doing an investigation, this represents an enormous amount of distraction for the city. And my position hasn't changed, and I urge Councillor Osman to resign. Further comments, questions from councillors? Back to you, Councillor Longchamp.
Yes, had I known we could say that, I would have said that. So I too would ask that Councillor Osman resign until he has been cleared of any wrongdoing as far as the indictment. I think it sets a really bad tone for not only Lewiston, but your community. These are serious charges. When you are cleared, just as you and I met on September 2nd, we had this discussion. I thought we had a good conversation, but the following day, my reputation was quite smeared by folks coming to my store accusing me of being racist. I would encourage you to resign until these matters are cleared. Once you are found innocent, we would be happy to have you back. I think the Somali community does need good representation. So that's what I would ask, as I asked you, basically said the same thing to your face on September 2nd.
And just for the public's benefit, the investigation we're talking about is simply over residency questions, not anything having to do with his indictments. Further questions, comments from the council? Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Councillor from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
No.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 6-1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are now up to the second public comment period for people who did not comment during the first public comment period. And public comment is now closed. We are up to, if I can give us 1 second, councilors. So we still need to continue a meeting. If you want to leave, please do so quietly. If you want to talk to your neighbor, just take that out to the hall. Madam Clerk, we're going to give people a minute to clear out. We are now up to reports and updates from councilors, should there be any. We are now up to new business from councilors, should there be any. Councilor Najin, yes.
So real quickly, for anybody watching at home, we still need volunteers for a lot of boards and committees. And so please reach out to your council representative for any of the wards that we serve. We can get a good word in with you, in for you with the mayor. So please do that. And second piece, I had sent an email to the city administrator and copied the elected officials concerning our conflict of interest policy and also how we handle contracts, RFPs, and MOUs. Since then, I've had a conversation with the city council president, and I would like to propose that we put on the agenda a action to clarify how we can use our conflict of interest policy uniformly across any of our RFPs, MOUs, or awards to make sure that any organization that we're working with is both registered with the state and in good standing. This would not sit with just NGOs, but any corporation that we're working with to make sure that any of the money that we're giving out is given to a trusted partner. And to set that up in a way that is very uniform, because right now RFPs and MOUs work a little differently than committee awards, and I think we just want to be in a place where we're proactively making sure that our community partners are above reproach, since they are representatives of the city when we're giving them financial rewards. And so, not quite sure how everybody else feels about that, but I wanted to put it out there.
Yes, Councilor Chittum.
Thank you, Councilor Najin. Yes, we did speak about this, and I think I recommended to you, and for full disclosure, I think the appropriate mechanism would be for the Finance Committee to make a recommendation to City Council to adopt a policy, if it's not found to exist already, that achieves those ends. Then the City Council will be able to act on a recommendation from the Finance Committee.
I agree, and I'll shape up an agenda item for the next meeting. So, thank you.
Further new business from the council. Councilor Harriman.
Thank you. Two things. If we could get an update at some point of when we might see the standing committees for public safety and economic development on our agenda. And then second, I've spoke with a couple of you about this, but to avoid discussing it with a quorum, I'll bring it up now in public meeting. But I met with the residents of Oak Park in the last few weeks on Oak Street, and one of their big complaints was in the warmer weather, people smoking on the sidewalk outside. And because their building directly abuts the sidewalk on three sides, there's really no way for for someone smoking on the sidewalk to not impact anyone who has their windows open. So I was thinking of putting forward an amendment to our downtown no smoking area to just include the three streets around the building just on that side. Shouldn't be too much of an inconvenience for anyone to just cross the street, and that would provide the residents with a little bit of relief from odor and smoke outside. So I will put that forward through email, put it up as an agenda item, but just wanted to bring it up in front of everyone. And if you have any questions or concerns, just let me know.
Excuse me. Councilor Chittum, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It had not occurred to me before. First of all, I want to thank you for your support for my continued council presidency. One of the jobs that I have is to appoint a counselor to the Finance Committee. If anyone has an interest in that, please get in touch with me, and there will be an appointment made once I've made a decision. But let me know if you're interested.
Further updates from councilors or new business? Yes, Councilor Najin.
I would just like to say I appreciate the professional decorum of the people up here on the committee, and I'm asking for our community to just have a little grace and compassion for other community members. A lot of the language that's been used recently is very divisive, and we know that in a community such as ours, it's damaging long term. So just be kind to people.
To that end, I would agree. You all haven't been so bad this evening, so thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I believe we're ready to head back into an executive session.
Yes, you have two executive sessions. One is executive session to discuss the acquisition or disposition of real estate of which the premature disclosure of information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city. The motion is to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 4056C, to discuss the acquisition or disposition of real estate of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city, and to enter into an executive session pursuant to Maine Revised Statutes annotated Title I, Section 4056C, to discuss an economic development issue of which the premature disclosure of the information would prejudice the competitive bargaining position of the city.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved to
Counselor
both.
Chittum,
Second?
second by Counselor Harriman. Madam Clerk, please call the vote.
Counsel from Ward 1?
Yes.
Ward 2?
Yes.
Ward 3?
Yes.
Ward 4?
Yes.
Ward 5?
Yes.
Ward 6?
Yes.
Ward 7?
Yes.
Motion passed by a vote of 7 to 0.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, counselors and city staff. Thank you, Lewiston. We just wrapped up our first meeting of the new year. You all have a great one. We'll see you soon.